Good evening, everyone. This is High Point Mayor Cyril Jefferson convening the regular meeting of the High Point City Council. We appreciate you all being here with us. Prior to getting into adoption of our agenda and the rest of our meeting, we're actually going to ask for you to join us as we do a moment of silence and pledge of allegiance. Amen.
Amen.
Here with me in council chambers is every member of council who's present. And prior to beginning our meeting, we'll take a moment to adopt our agenda. I'm actually going to note one change. At the end of our meeting, we have a closed session for items of personnel. We're actually going to include an item that we didn't get to in our special meeting within our closed session agenda, and the note for it is that it will be an acquisition of real property item that'll go into our closed session. And so I'm noting that one change for our closed session agenda. Are there any other changes to the adoption of our agenda? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and make a motion to adopt our agenda with that one change for closed session as noted before. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Second made by Councilmember Peters. Any discussion on the motion to adopt our agenda? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those against? The ayes have it, and we have our agenda. Our agenda for today calls for a number of recognitions and presentations, and I'm excited that we get to share this time, and we appreciate those who reached out to us, who sent emails for various reasons for us to read off a number of these. So we ask that you all bear with us. We have one meeting in April, and so oftentimes we get requests for a number of proclamations, recognitions, and things, and we say yes because they're really important to us. And April happens to be a month like no other. Not just because I was born in April, amen, somebody. Y'all don't laugh at that. I mean that. But it's also a month where we get to recognize a number of very important things. And so the first thing we'll do is recognize Parkinson's Day. And I believe Betsy Lerner is here with us. Betsy, do you mind coming on up? And you have someone else. Oh, dear friend, how are you? Good to see you. Miss Hannah, we work together at Ferndale. It's good to see you again. Say it again. You said, do I know how to box? Is this a trick question? Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I like that. Man, that's good. Did y'all hear that? Yeah, I learned something new today. How are you doing, Sam? It's good to see you again. Well, I'm excited because we have a proclamation I'm going to present you in just a second. But before we do that, I'm going to read what's on the proclamation. Is that okay? All right. Whereas Parkinson's disease is a chronic progressive neurological disease, it's the second most common neurodegenerative disease in the United States. And whereas Parkinson's disease is estimated to affect approximately 1 million people in the United States, and prevalence will rise to 1.2 million by 2030. And whereas 90,000 new people are diagnosed each year in the United States with Parkinson's disease, and whereas complications from Parkinson's disease is the 14th leading cause of death in the United States, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And whereas there's an estimated 30,000 people living with Parkinson's disease in the state of North Carolina. And whereas it is estimated that the economic burden of Parkinson's disease is at least $52 billion annually in the United States, including direct and indirect costs, treatment, and lost income to patients and family members. And whereas research suggests the cause of Parkinson's disease is a combination of genetic and environmental factors, but the exact cause and progression of the disease is still unknown. And whereas there is no objective test for Parkinson's disease, and there is no cure or drug to slow or halt the progression of the disease, and whereas the symptoms of Parkinson's disease vary from person to person, it can include tremors, slowness of movement, and rigidity, difficulty with balance, swallowing, chewing, and speaking, cognitive impairment and dementia, mood disorders, and a variety of other non-motor symptoms. And whereas volunteers, researchers, caregivers, and medical professionals are working to improve the quality of life of persons living with Parkinson's disease and their families, and whereas increased research, education, and community support services are needed to find more effective treatments to provide access to quality care to those living with the disease. Now, therefore, I, Cyril Jefferson, Mayor of the City of High Point, do hereby proclaim April 11th, 2024 as Parkinson's Day in the City of High Point. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I tell you something? So the reason we chose April 11th is that's the birthday of James Parkinson. James Parkinson's first discovered what he called the shaky palsy. He wrote this essay that years later became the foundation for Parkinson's disease. When's your birthday?
April 9th. 2 days before. I wasn't so lucky. All right, let's get a picture together. Is that okay? All right. No, you got to stay in front and center. Come on.
I've been boxing all day.
Where do you want us at, man? Right here?
You still look better than he does.
Yeah, you do.
Hold on.
Okay.
I've been traveling through all the municipalities of North Carolina, getting you guys to do this for us.
Well, we appreciate it.
Hoping
Thank you.
to bring it to the state as well. We're in the process of trying to do that.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, best of luck with that.
These are for you all. We're
Okay.
also board members of the Hamilton Challenge. which
Okay.
is, a foundation for Parkinson's. We support patients.
Okay.
And scholarships, and we're doing an event this weekend.
Okay.
There's applications.
Nice. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And this is for you all. Thank you so much. You all have a great one.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody has Parkinson's plan. Or do you know somebody?
All right, the next item we have, and I'm going to ask for our director of our library, Mary Sizemore. Mary, are you in the crowd with us today? I think you also have some members of the Board of Trustees. Will you all please join us up front, please? You got quite a sizable group, Mary.
The library board, foundation board, and library board of trustees.
Okay, nice. Well, thank you all so much for joining us. This is going to be fun. They're going to try to fit us all in the picture. All right. Everyone ready? Whereas libraries offer the opportunity for everyone to connect with others, learn new skills, and pursue their passions, no matter where they are on life's journey. And whereas libraries have long served as trusted institutions, striving to ensure equitable access to information and services for all members of the community, regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic status. And whereas libraries adapt to the ever-changing needs of their communities, developing and expanding collections, programs, and services that are as diverse as the populations they serve. And whereas libraries are accessible and inclusive places that promote a sense of local connection, advancing understanding, civic engagement, and shared community goals. And whereas libraries play a pivotal role in the economic development by providing resources and support for job seekers, entrepreneurs, and small businesses, thus contributing to local prosperity and growth. And whereas libraries make choices that are good for the environment and make sense economically, creating thriving communities for a better tomorrow. And whereas libraries are treasured institutions that preserve our collective heritage and knowledge, safeguarding both physical and digital resources for present and future generations. And whereas libraries are an essential public good and fundamental institutions in the democratic societies working to improve society, protect the right to education and literacy, and promote the free exchange of information and ideas for all. And whereas libraries, librarians, and library workers are joining library supporters and advocates across the nation to celebrate National Library Week. Now, therefore, I, Cyril Jefferson, Mayor of the City of High Point, do hereby proclaim April 7th to April 13th, 2024 as National Library Week. Can we all please celebrate with them? All right, Ryan's going to get us centered, so whoever wants to. And here, Mary, I'm going to give that to you. Thank you all so much. We appreciate you all coming up. Thank you all. Also, just as a point of information and privilege, we see the work taking place outside the library, where you all have a new sensory garden going up. as well as some other construction taking place. And I think, Mary, that construction is set to be done over the next year, right? Is that correct? Okay. Well, folks, you all stay tuned because the library is getting an entire new facelift outside, and that should be really nice for everyone. So look forward to that. All right, next item we have is Month of the Young Child, and for that, I'm going to invite up another friend, Heather Adams of the Guilford County Partnership for Children. Heather, how are you doing? It's good to see you. You ready? Whereas the first years of a child's life are the period of the most rapid brain development and lay the foundation for all future learning. And whereas children's cognitive, physical, social, emotional, and language and literacy development are built through positive interactions with adults, peers, and their environment. And whereas high-quality, accessible early care and education programs support children's development, allow parents to work, and keep local economies moving. And whereas essential early care and education professionals have sacrificed and persevered to serve children and families served during the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, and whereas these educators make a lasting impact on the lives of the children and families and deserve thanks and recognition. And whereas the City of High Point recognizes and celebrates the people, organizations, and programs committed to providing high-quality early childhood education and services to families of our community, therefore I, Cyril Jefferson, the Mayor of the City of High Point, do hereby proclaim April 2024 as Month of the Young Child. Can we please celebrate this incredible occasion? Next item is a resolution for Child Abuse Prevention Month. And here with us from the Kellen Foundation is their Chief Development Officer, Kathy Bull. Kathy, will you please join me up? Another friend, man, this is just a day of friends. How are you doing, Kathy? It's good to see you. All right, Kathy, this is a resolution, which means it comes from the entire council. So you have everyone to thank for it. Whereas resilient and thriving communities are vital to our state's future health, success, and prosperity to ensure a strong foundation for everyone at all ages and stages of life. And whereas the science is clear that resilience is built and that communities and systems play a key role in promoting safe, secure, nurturing environments for all. And whereas adverse childhood and life experiences, adverse community environments, and adverse climate events impact overall quality of life and well-being of an entire community. And whereas the Resilient Guilford Network, coordinated by the Kellen Foundation and the City of High Point, partner with dozens of agencies to collectively work to build safe, secure, and nurturing communities. And whereas investing in policies, programs, and strategies that address adversity and strengthen community resilience is essential to the health of our community. And whereas the City of High Point encourages individuals in all sectors, public and private, early childhood through post-secondary education, faith-based organizations, healthcare systems, justice systems, social service systems, businesses, and elected leaders to collaborate to strengthen our communities. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council of High Point recognizes the month of April as Child Abuse Prevention Month in High Point and commend its observance to all citizens. Can we please celebrate this occasion, everyone? You're so close, Ryan. How are you getting my good side? Close. Back up a little bit. All right. This is an exciting one. Fair Housing Month as a
The readers
proclamation.
on, Cyril. I think you're already needing readers.
You say I'm already needing readers?
You want mine?
Do I need them, Patrick? I don't know. I don't know.
Just
I
let me
don't know
know.
if my insurance covers that. I need to talk to HR. Sophia Chris here from the High Point Housing Coalition. Sophia, will you please join me up? And do you have someone with you, Sophia? Okay. Are you excited? It's Fair Housing Month. And Race was with us. Race, you want to come on up? Why not? Race is our division manager for human relations. And Race has been working with us on the incredible work to adopt a fair housing ordinance, which we officially did as of just a few weeks ago, I think, actually, as a council. So I'm excited that we get to read this on today. So proclamation. Whereas April marks the 56th anniversary of the passage of Title VIII the Civil Rights Act of 1968, also known as the Federal Fair Housing Act, which sought to eliminate discrimination in housing opportunities and to affirmatively further fair housing choices for every person residing in America. And whereas the state of North Carolina's Fair Housing Act was passed in 1983 to further enforce the fundamental right of fair housing opportunities for North Carolina residents. And whereas the city of High Point supports and encourages fair housing for all residents and has taken steps to become a substantially equivalent fair housing assistance program, including the adoption this year of a local fair housing ordinance. And whereas legal barriers to equal opportunity, no matter how subtle, diminish the rights of all. And whereas ongoing education and outreach are key to raising awareness of fair housing principles, practices, and responsibilities. And whereas Fair Housing Month is time set aside each year to remind all residents that we have not only the right to own and rent property, but also an individual responsibility to guard this right from any infringement. Now, therefore, I, Cyril Jefferson, Mayor of the City of High Point, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2024 as Fair Housing Month. Will you all please celebrate this occasion with us? Thank you. Thank you all so much. The next we have is a proclamation for National Community Development Week, and with us from the Citizens Advisory Council, we have our chair, Mr. Orrell Henry. Orrell, will you come up, please? Are there any other members of the Citizens Advisory Council here with us today? Okay. Anyone else from Community Development want to join us? Our Director, Nina Wilson, will you join us? And how about Michelle McNair, who's Division Manager?
Do we have other staff members here too? If we
Okay,
could?
will you tell us who you want to come up? All right. You. How are you? Oh, yeah. Good looking group. Okay, here. Proclamation. Whereas the U.S. Conference of Mayors, National Association of Counties, National Community Development Association, National Association for County, Community, and Economic Development, National Association of Local Housing Finance Agencies, National Association of Housing and Redevelopment Officials, and the Council of State Community Development Agencies have formed a partnership to promote the 2024 National Community Development Week campaign, April 1st through April 5th, 2024. And whereas this year marks the 38th anniversary of the National Community Development Week campaign, this annual campaign is designed to focus local as well as national attention on the numerous outstanding achievements over the past 50 years of the Community Development Block Grant, also known as CDBG. And over the past 34 years of the Home Investment Partnerships Program, and whereas the CDBG program provides annual funding and flexibility to local communities to promote decent, safe, and sanitary housing, a suitable living environment, and economic opportunities to low and moderate income people. And whereas the HOME program provides funding to local communities to create decent, safe, affordable housing opportunities for low-income persons. Nationally, over 1 million units of affordable housing have been completed using HOME funds. And whereas the Congress of the United States has declared April 1st and April 5th, 2024 as National Community Development Week, and have called upon the President and all people of the United States to observe the week with appropriate ceremonies and activities. Now, therefore, I, Cyril Jefferson, Mayor of the City of High Point, do hereby proclaim April 1st, April 5th, 2024 as National Community Development Week. Will you all please celebrate this with us?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, Madam City Manager, who is actually getting a workout today, staff, and of course, those of you that's here and listening online. I will tell you offhand, if it sounds like you're in a classroom or in a lecture hall, it is not intentional. It's just part of me being a professor. And so when that comes out, as I disseminate this, just keep that in mind. So there's a couple of things I do want to bring to your attention. As the mayor mentioned, CDBG stands for Community Development Block Grant. And so I want to give you all some figures here. So from 1975 to last year, 2023, the CDBG funds that we received was $54,711.68. For the home fund, this is 2005 to 2023, we received $8,594,554. So for the past 5 decades, the CDBG program has been one of the most important resources used by state and local governments to meet community development needs. This CDBG is administered, of course, by the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, also known as HUD, with the intention of funding a wide range of project areas, which basically is for low and moderate income people. Unfortunately, over the years, the funding has significantly diminished since the inception of this program. So if we go back to 1975, for example, High Point received $4,038,000 in CDBG funds in 1975. You ask, well, what about last year? Okay, I will tell you. Last year, we received $817,693. So if you do the math, that's about a fifth of the funds that we got allocated for, that we've received last year versus the inception. So CDBG serves to maintain quality of life and address critical needs within vulnerable populations through immediate and long-term services. Each year during Community Development Week, we spotlight agencies and participate in our public services program by having them set up displays in the City Hall. And of course, you all have seen it. This is on the second floor downstairs. And what they do there is they're showcasing their programs, also their projects. You can see things, when it comes to the programs, we highlight programs that are for homelessness, aid to local food banks, services for low-income seniors, employment training, services for abused and neglected children, services for victims of domestic violence and sexual assault, and health services. So I do encourage everyone, if you can this week, to go downstairs and visit these different agencies. It is very important. As a matter of fact, a lot of the things I've mentioned, there are more that you would gain if you contact them directly and speak to these agencies directly. So that being said, this is the 50th year that this program has been in place. So as you can see in front of you, that's what the mugs are representing, the 50 years of this happening. On Friday, April 5th, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., the High Point Housing Coalition will host the 2024 Housing Summit. This Housing Summit, for the theme this year, we're going to call the Future of Affordable Housing. To highlight affordable housing activities and projects in High Point, we're going to have, in the morning, there's going to be a bus tour. And then in the evening, we're going to have presenters from the various regions to discuss housing needs and also discuss best practices. This summit will take place at the High Point City Lake Event Center. So I just want to say, guys, on behalf of the Citizens Advisory Council, affectionately known as the CAC, I want to thank the staff, and of course the staff as well. I want to thank you for the work that you're doing, and also for the continued support for the Community Development and Housing Department and the work that is being done by you all to make High Point a better place for all residents and neighbors. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Henry. The next item on our agenda is recognition of VITA volunteers. And for that, I'm actually going to invite up from our VITA program, Miss Grace Francis. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. I think as well, Pamela Ingram.
Dear Mayor Jefferson, I want to thank you and your volunteers for 18 outstanding years of continuous service provided to taxpayers through the work of the High Point Volunteer Income Tax Assistant Coalition. The VITA program is vital to delivering service to those taxpayers who most need tax assistance and cannot afford the services of a paid preparer. Your VITA volunteers at 7 individual sites named Community and Neighborhood Development Center, Arc of High Point, Guilford Technical Community College, Jamestown Campus, High Point Public Library, Macedonian Family Resource Center, West End Ministries, and YWCA High Point, assisted in preparing income tax returns for persons with disabilities, the elderly, and those with limited English proficiency. We would also like to thank Guilford Technical Community College, High Point University, and the High Point community for providing volunteers. Your VITA volunteers have prepared to date, with 2 weeks remaining in the tax season, a total of 1,118 federal and state income tax returns for families and individuals with an average adjusted gross income of $31,370. Taxpayers serviced at your VITA sites have received over $687,012 in federal and state tax refunds. Those are dollars that will remain within your community. Your free tax preparation services would be valued at approximately $125,775 in fees had these families and individuals had their tax returns prepared by paid preparers. Once again, I want to thank you and all your volunteers and partners for all that you do in partnering with us and the service and contribution provided to your community. Thank you.
Do y'all have any actual volunteers here who do VITA? Ah, okay, so can we get a picture with them too? Am I spoiling it if I do it right now? Okay, I'm spoiled. Okay, we'll wait. No, we'll do it your way. So. Here. Thank you so much. Okay.
Greetings to the mayor, city council members, and city manager. My name is Pamela Ingram, and community resource specialist with Community Development and Housing, and currently serving as VITA coordinator this season. I would like to thank the IRS staff, Grace Francis, community development staff, Michelle McNair, Megan Scales, and of course, all of our partners that agreed to be host sites this year, and the 40 volunteers that showed up to volunteer their time to prepare our citizens' returns for free. You made this tax season successful, and it's a pleasure to work alongside of you. At this time, I would like to recognize our volunteers who made all this possible by coming forward as I call your name and receive a certificate of appreciation. And please note that some individuals unfortunately could not be with us this evening. So first, we would like to recognize the partner sites, then site supervisor, preparers, greeters, and schedulers for that site. Please note again that several volunteers have volunteered for more than one site. Partners, volunteers, please stay up front after your name is called and you receive your certificate so that we might take a group picture after names are called. High Point University. Okay. Macedonia Resource Center. Arnetta Finkster for Macedonia Resource Center. Kiana Elliott. And Connor Rice. Community and Neighborhood Development, Sharice Rowe, Megan Scales, Alicia Doolin, Don Zhang, Woosh Zhang, Sanjay Singh, Usama Tariq, Jeremy Otero Carrion, Nathaniel Zapata, Janaya Rice. DTC of Jamestown, Joshua Lovell, Natasha McEachern, Catherine Petrie, and Brenda Mackey. The YWCA, Keo Marilyn Feliciano, Luke Estola, Ernest Sutton.
Going too fast for us.
Okay.
What happened to, did you already call them?
Mm-hmm.
Is anyone here?
They may not be here.
Oh, they can't be.
They may not be here. They may not be here. Okay. They are. YWCA? Keo Marilyn Feliciano, Luke Estola, Ernest Sutton.
Did you want him to get individual, or will we do that later? Individual. Okay, well, you're going to let us do this, because I don't know these people.
Okay. High Point Public Library. Christina Bell, Peter Svume, Avery Harrison, Chase McGee, Tiana Chapman, Sierra Wilder, Lynn Staten, and Beth Logan. West End Ministries, Cassidy McFeely, Lorraine Lydian, Pat Anderson, Isabel Clark. Arc of High Point, Stephanie Anikoviak, Jamie Hupel, Sandra McMahon, Douglas McMillan, Sue Wynn, Melissa Cox, and Bill Holman. And I believe that's everyone. So now we'd like to take a picture.
Okay.
Can we please celebrate these incredible volunteers? Yeah, do one with just the volunteers and then I'll jump in. Oh, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine. Yeah. Yeah, no, if I stand right here, is that okay? Here, will you put your hand on it with me? There you go. Thank y'all.
Again, thank you, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, for your support of the VITAS program, and this concludes our presentation. Thank you.
I didn't get to say it from the floor, but a very special thank you again to all the incredible volunteers. Also, all the host sites who help us with the VITA program. Just some of the numbers mentioned there in terms of impact, more than $600,000, I think, in terms of returns. And then also, I think you said about $125,000 plus saved in terms of fees that they don't have to pay because of volunteers. And quite frankly, that program doesn't happen without all of you all who are here with us this evening, so thank you all again. Seriously, thank you. All right, well, that's a great way to start a meeting, everyone, I think, to be able to recognize everyone who's doing such incredible work. With that, we'll transition to the next portion of our agenda, which is our public comment period. We have a number of people who have signed up to speak this evening, and we'll call you in the order in which you signed up. We'll ask that when you come forward, just state your name for the record as well as your address, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak on whatever topic of your choosing. First person signed up is Mr. Ken Orms.
Good evening. My name is Ken Orms. I live at 3525 Sainsbury Lane. In February, I sent a 5-page email to all of you and the city manager listing 15 failures, bad decisions, and actions by the council. I said I would enthusiastically support you when you make sound financial decisions, but would not shy away from speaking out when you were wrong. Tonight is one of those nights. Last month, during the public comment period, I outlined my idea to move City Hall to the HPU-owned Oak Hollow Mall. This is an idea I shared with every council member over a year ago and before you bought the church property. HPU is apparently not interested, so I offered an alternative to spending $133 million for a new City Hall. That idea is to sell the church property, build a two-story addition on each side of the current City Hall, and support the neighborhoods. Did you listen or consider this idea? Obviously not, because you are considering a 10% increase in the property tax rate to pay for a new City Hall and other projects. Mayor Jefferson, you believe a new City Hall is more important than the immediate needs of the neighborhoods. Why would they have to wait until you get a shiny new City Hall? The High Point 2045 plan calls for creating 16 activity centers. Where are you going to find the money to support them? Will you raise taxes, issue more bonds, or will you give tax break to developers who supported some of you during the recent election? How long will these activity centers have to wait for help? To make matters worse, you are considering issuing limited obligation bonds because they do not require voter approval. If you are so sure that a new City Hall is absolutely needed, let voters decide via a referendum. If you don't let people vote, it clearly demonstrates you don't give a damn about what the taxpayers want or can afford. You got elected. You gave yourselves an 88% pay increase. You want to spend $133 million on a new City Hall, and you want to raise taxes by 10%. To pay for your reckless spending. Your actions will force families to feed their kids mac and cheese because they won't be able to afford Hamburger Helper anymore. The new council members ran for office because they knew a change in policies and leadership was needed. You wanted to make these things better for the people in your districts and for the city as a whole. Now is the time for you to act like leaders. You are not tied to the mistakes of the past. Just because a city owns the church property doesn't mean this new city hall has to be built there. Take the actions and decisions you promised your supporters. Some of you are new, but that doesn't mean that you don't know right from wrong. Don't go along to get along. Be agents of change. Invest in the future, the neighborhoods, and the activity centers, and do not spend $133 million on a new city hall.
Thank you, Mr. Orms. We appreciate you. Thank you. Next person signed up to speak is Charlene Gladney. If you'll please join us at the podium. You have 3 minutes. We ask that you state your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Charlene Gladney, and I reside at 5603 Mount Court. I am here on behalf of Operation Excel. Operation Excel High Point is at 2409 Ambassador Court. I just want to thank everyone and to extend a personal invitation to attend Operation Excel Sweet 16 Gala. You will hear stories of impact from students, and you will get to see the work. I want to thank everybody who has already responded, and I want to say, if you haven't responded, just email me, and you can still come. We're going to have more students, at least 5 to 10 students, giving their testimonies. So thank you again. Thank you for all the work that you do, and I'm sorry I didn't say good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Manager, and Council. But I do want y'all to come.
Ms. Gladney, thank you so much. Next person we have signed up to speak is Dr. Elma Hairston. Will you please join us at the podium? You have 3 minutes to state your remarks.
Thank you.
Give your name and address for the record.
Dr. Elma Hairston, President of the High Point NAACP, to the esteemed Mayor, Madam City Manager, as well as the members of the High Point City Council. As evidenced by the subject matter expert research from the High Point Commission on Reparations and the results of the Racial Equity Scorecard, access to health care continues to be the challenge in the Black community. To amplify these challenges and solutions, the High Point NAACP will hold its Black Agenda Healthcare Forum on this Thursday, April 4th, at 6 to 8 p.m., William Memorial CME Church, 3400 Triangle Lake Road, High Point, North Carolina. State-of-the-art technology allows us to have virtual and in-person sessions. So please join us in the conversation moderated by Dr. Terrence Johns, MD, Novant Healthcare. Panelists, Ms. Courtney Alston Wilson, North Carolina Black Farmers Association, Ms. Carter M. Wade, Medicaid Outreach Manager, Dr. Samuel Altador, Oak Street Health, Mr. Greg Venable, City of High Point Transportation Director, City Councilwoman Vicki McKeever, Ward 1. We will answer the questions: what can be done to improve health care outcomes? The role of public transportation, how to strategically point services to underserved communities. How do we tackle the challenges of food deserts in our community? Please come out and join us. For more information, go to naacphighpoint.org for registration. In-person registration suggested, but not required. There you will also find the link to the online presentation. I invite the community and I invite everyone here. It's going to be a very, very excellent time that we discuss some most needed issues. Thank you.
Dr. Harrison, thank you so much. We also have on our list Mr. Louis Thibodeau. Mr. Thibodeau, if you'll come forward, you have 3 minutes for your remarks as you just state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Louis Thibodeau. I reside at 1242 Kensington Drive, High Point, North Carolina. I would like first to thank you, Mayor, City Council, and citizens of High Point. A good evening. I would also like to speak on the new City Hall. Is it true citizens won't get to vote on this multi-million-dollar project that I believe citizens should vote on? Let's not use limited obligation bonds, as I believe was done on the stadium. The project started, I believe, at 35 and ended up somewhere in $70 million fee. In the Enterprise article a few weeks ago, city manager also stated that she's got projects that are coming up too. So there'll be other expenditures. I would like to see us look at maybe refitting our city council and saving some of those funds that we can use on many of the other projects that I believe our city could use and needs. Transportation, safety, and all the other issues that were brought up during this election that was just held. It's not that I'm against having a better place, but let's think about all the money that's being spent on that one project. And let's look at what could be done for all the citizens of High Point. Let's not forget what you ran on and promised to do, and one of them was safety. And I'd like to see some of those funds maybe used to retain some of our city employees and first responders that we may be losing to other jurisdictions because we don't have the funds. The city manager doesn't have them because we spent what we had. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thibodeau. There are no other members of the public who have signed up for public comment period, but if you are with us this evening and you'd like to speak, you have the right. Just come to the podium, let us know your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes for your remarks.
Excuse me. Good evening. My name is Stacy Gurith, and I reside at 2504 Tuxedo Way here in the city of High Point. I come to you all with something that is very near. If I get emotional, I'm sorry, but it's very near and dear to my heart. And that is our Little League football team, Brentwood Broncos. My son played Little League football many years ago. He's now going into his 4th year of coaching Brentwood Broncos. To see these young men, coaches come out, taking time out of their day, out of their life, to come and coach our little boys. And we only have one team. Last year, each team could only have 26 people, 26 kids. You have other kids dying to get out there on the field, dying to play football. These kids could be doing some of anything, but they want to play football. I charge you all to not only see about getting more teams. When my son started coaching almost 4 years ago, we had about 3 or 4 teams. Now it's down to 1. I know they had the Raiders, the Broncos, and the Falcons. Those are 3 that I can definitely remember. Now they're just down to 1. So you have a waiting list each year. Not only is there a waiting list, can we please allocate some money? The uniforms that they're gonna be wearing this year, they had when my son started coaching 3 years ago. Not only the uniforms, these young men deserve more. I mean, I don't know what else it is that we can do as parents. I don't have a child out there playing, but again, my son does coach. I go out there, if you would think my son is playing, I go to every game. I go to every practice. Cold, whatever, I'm there. I just want us as a whole, as a community. I asked Minister Johnson and Minister Vicky to come out. They came out and they saw how these guys play. They see how these guys, the men are coaching them, the young men are practicing. Let's come together. I charge every one of y'all, come together as a community. Give these young men something to do. Would you rather they be out here playing football or robbing somebody, killing somebody? It's a lot worse things these young men could be doing. But if I got to get a 15-passenger van and take these kids to practice, I do it. I leave my full-time job, go all the way to Thomasville, get one of the coaches, take him to practice, and then take him back to Thomasville. I don't ask for any gas money. Because I know if I bless him, I bless these young men, God is going to continue to bless me. But I charge every one of y'all, come out to Brentwood Field starting, I think it's June. Look at these young men practicing. Take something out of your day, out of your time, to come and help these young men.
Thank you, Ms. Urick. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak during this public comment period? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close our public comment period and express appreciation for every member of the public who came forward. Thank you all so much. With that, we'll transition to our agenda. And the first item for consideration are our consent agenda items. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve our consent agenda.
So moved. Second.
Motion's been made by Mayor Pro Tem Holmes and seconded by Councilmember Johnson. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it, and that motion passes. We'll transition to our general business agenda, and the first item is consideration of a proposal with the National Institute of Minority Economic Development Research, Policy, and Impact Center. City Council is requested to consider a proposal with the National Institute in the amount of $292,460 for the implementation planning proposal of the One High Point Commission recommendations, a budget ordinance, and authorize the appropriate city officials. With that, we'll recognize Managing Director Jerron Hollis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Manager, members of council. Jerron Hollis, Managing Director. The item before you is the consideration of an implementation planning proposal. The item is really born out of the September 18th, 2023 report that the council accepted that created a set of restorative economic policy recommendations. One of the recommendations in that report was if council decided to move and take additional steps to work on this item, that a consultant be brought in to help navigate the implementation process. To be clear, this implementation plan gives the information on items that were identified in that report so that the council has the information needed so they can prioritize and decide which elements to start on or what that process should look like. The National Institute of Minority Economic Development Research, Policy, and Impact Center has created a proposal for project management, consulting services, and subject matter expertise that are going to be related to the implementation of that report and its findings. The proposal is a 30-month project with a total cost of $292,460. The staff recommendation is for council to approve the proposal, budget ordinance, and the appropriate city official or employee be authorized to execute all necessary documents. We have here in attendance Ms. Leah Henry, who is the Vice President of the National Institute of Minority Economic Development. I'd be glad to take questions at this time, or if there are questions that the consultant can handle, we'll have her available as well. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Hollis. Are there any questions for staff from council?
I have a question. It's Councilman Moore. In the proposal sent to us, can you talk or elaborate a little bit about the $300,000 potential in grants?
Yeah, I'll get that started, and if it gets a little bit deeper, we've got our consultant here. But one of the elements of the proposal is that the NIMED will look at potential funding sources from grants, et cetera, that would help to either advance this particular piece of the project or for subsequent steps that will follow as part of the implementation. So those grants, any money that would come in would be evaluated on a case-by-case basis, and before any funds were accepted to be used on behalf, it would have to be approved by the city council. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's one of the charges that they have included in their proposal, is to seek grants to help with some of the implementation and some of the subsequent steps.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is Councilman Andrew. We discussed this earlier in Finance Committee on some of my concerns on this specific proposal.
Yes, sir.
I'm used to seeing proposals with more specificity. There's no project charter until 90 days approximately after the funds are committed. I'm not seeing very specific or measurable items to hold us to, like what I would normally see in a project. The work breakdown structure or integrated master schedule, whichever way you want to call it, I don't really see it. So I don't see dependencies on how I can determine how we're doing on the project, whether we're on track or off or not, whether we're on budget or not. I don't see any specific on stakeholders. Normally on a project, we identify stakeholders before we start a project. And then if we annualize the funding, the per annum cost for the PM, it's about $171,000 a year or so for 2024, and it decreases slightly in 25-26. I would like to see more specifics on this. I would like to see a project where we can actually hold and see if we have a recourse if the project's behind schedule or not. And there's also several instances of outside consultants. I want to know if this would require further funding. You know, basically, as a project manager, I'm used to a lot more specific on the project, and this seems to be somewhat vague, in my opinion. So that's my comments on this one.
Thank you.
Ms. Henry, do you want to speak at all to his comment there regarding specificity in the proposal?
I certainly can.
Thank you.
Thank you for an opportunity to speak with you this evening, Mayor Jefferson, Madam Manager, esteemed council members. First, I'd like to say that our assumption is that the contract that we will sign with the city will have more specificity in it in terms of how our progress will be measured and what the recourse is to the city if we do not meet the benchmarks that we agree upon. The reason that the proposal does not have a lot of specificity, for instance, about what kind of consultant we might engage, is because the council has not yet decided and transmitted to us which of the many policy recommendations in the One High Point Commission report council would like for staff to undertake. And so that first 90 days that we proposed is precisely to work with council to understand which of these many proposals you want to pursue first, which ones align most clearly with your plans in your 2045 comprehensive plan and many of the other plans and activities that you currently have underway. And so we would work with staff to ensure that we have within the 90 days, hopefully, based on council's feedback and information that is given to us, a set of proposals that we will then turn into recommendations of activities. That is the point at which we will develop, say, the Gantt chart that will look at how we're going to do these things month by month, quarter by quarter, and how we're going to spend the money.
Thank you. Councilman Andrew, I want to turn back to you because I know you raised the point. I wonder the way she outlined it. It sounds like what you're saying, and I think I get it. In the proposal phase, you're really doing your best to format what it'll look like, but the amount of time it's going to take to really chart that out is considerable time, and that's probably time you do, as you say, in the first 90 days. Did I summarize that correctly? And without us knowing the policy recommendation we're going to jump into, that's the other piece of this, right? Did I summarize that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Andrew, I just wondered, do you have any further questions on that item?
I understand the answer, but generally, with a project, you have an idea of what you're going to accomplish before you commit funds. So that's just the way I see it.
I wanted to just make a quick comment. This is Councilmember Cook about sometimes in creative work where, you know, this body plus a whole staff are coming together to create a plan. It's not possible to say all the measurable outcomes, because I followed up with staff after the Finance Committee issue came up to find out a little bit more. And, you know, I really appreciate the fact that we're engaging with the group that helped to complete the One High Point Commission work. They're familiar with all of the issues and the research that went into that. Can you remind us how many pages were in the One High Point Commission findings approximately?
Gosh, you would think, I know it's more than 100, right?
It was well over 200. I think it was 217. total pages.
And how many years of history we investigated in the One High Point Commission?
Well, we actually looked at the history of the region going back several hundred years, and then more specifically looked at more or less the late 19th century through the civil rights era, so about 70 years of history, particularly pertaining to the City of High Point school system and the urban renewal that happened in the 60s and 70s.
So my understanding is that that's stakeholders that are long gone that we are trying to address. That's history that goes back not just in High Point, but beyond. And problems that a lot of cities in America are trying to solve, including housing and healthcare, on a huge basis. So I think my understanding of this proposal is for them to engage with us and the other stakeholders to identify those items, to build that plan. That in creating that for a proposal, you would basically have already done the work. Is that inappropriate to say? Sorry, I don't know if that's inappropriate, but to me, I mean, that seems like a big task just in and of itself.
So I think I understand your point, and it is correct that there would be considerable work that would have to be put in to lay out steps for each of the many policy proposals to then only be engaged to undertake several of them. And so, no, we were not asked to do that level of work prior to being engaged. That can happen sometimes, but what we were looking at is the overall process and really focused on how will we ensure that the community is engaged and informed of the work, and that we are focused on outcomes and being able to document and report outcomes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. I'm glad you touched on that, because I think this is a facet of this that we shouldn't minimize, is the fact that this is an outcome-based project, that these policy recommendations have specific measurable outcomes that the city wants to achieve alongside our 2045 comprehensive plan. And so I think any plan needs to make sure that it aligns specifically with our comprehensive plan, aligns with council initiatives, and also community initiatives that are going forward. So the alignment period of 90 days seems appropriate to make sure that all the key elements are aligned as we move forward.
Are there any questions for staff or Ms. Henry? We want to preserve this time for questions for.
I have one. Just out of curiosity, have other cities done not exactly the same thing, but has sort of looked at their policies, and somebody said, you really should change the policies to be this, that, and the other to achieve your equitable goals? I'm just curious if there's other examples across the country where cities have done, or counties have done, kind of a deep dive on some of their policies and the implications of those policies.
I would say certainly in discrete areas of work. So let's say a city is going to do a housing plan, and they might really deep dive into only housing, or they're going to do a transportation plan and deep dive into only transportation. What I feel is very unique with what High Point has done is looked at the whole landscape of the policy framework and the way that the city has operated and how it has benefited or not benefited its citizens equally or unequally, and decided to be holistic in approaching the ways to address these inequities. So I do think that it's probably unprecedented, particularly for a city of High Point size.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Henry? Or
I just have I guess a comment about, since I'm in the nonprofit field, this kind of iteration thing is quite common, where you sort of, you know you're going there, but you're not sure of the twists and turns, how to get there, so it's not, the level of specificity is less specific in this type of work, based on my experience. So.
Thank you.
I got one point of clarification, if I might. Ms. Henry, in answering Councilman Andrews' concerns, which I share some of them, but I also know pragmatically speaking that this process that started over a year and a half, 2 years ago, with certainly great intentions, is one that we're down the road on, even if we weren't unanimous on it. And it's important to me that we get to a point where we can make some decisions on the viability of them if they're not, but apparently we're not at that point. But for clarification for me, I heard you say to him that, talk about the first 90 days, that the contract would get more specific after you get some feedback. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
So in order for us to get going on implementation, we first need to know which policies you want us to be working on.
And in order to do that, you mentioned the contract, but so we have, this is giving authorization to, but this is not an official contract specific signed yet, correct?
Would you like to answer that?
I'm going to ask Madam Manager if you don't mind maybe speaking a little bit to the process.
I mean, I was trying to understand what her point was about the 90 days when she's going to go back and forth to us and getting the contract more specific. At what point are we going to sign that contract?
Councilmember Moore, what council is approving tonight is the proposal that is before us for the amount that's listed.
Right.
As part of that proposal, there's a period of time where we'll be working with council to determine how we want to narrow down the policies that we'll focus on. But what we are doing tonight is actually approving this proposal, and once the proposal is approved, then we'll work to formalize the contract. Now, it's not uncommon, whereas we're working through contracts, we get these very routinely where if there is something significant that changes, that we'll have to bring those back and have a conversation with council. But what we're doing on the front end is building in the time and the ability for us to have some dialogue so that we can fine tune it. So I don't anticipate that we'll have some significant changes, but what you will see is some fine tuning of the agreement as we work through this process.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Manager. Well, with that, this will be one that I will, as a one-time expenditure, and also great confidence in our staff and the work they're doing and the necessity to move this forward and get it, I don't want to say behind us, I want to say get it to a position of footing under us so we can move it forward. I will support this one-time expenditure.
Any other questions for staff or Ms. Henry? And
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Director Hollis, the item says a budget ordinance. Would it be possible for us to allocate funds from remaining ARPA dollars to cover this expenditure?
If that's something that the council wishes to move forward on, I would defer to the manager on the process.
If council would like to appropriate funds from the American Rescue Plan Act versus using fund balance, if that could be made as part of the motion, then staff would be able to make that adjustment.
All right. Well, if that's the case, then I'm happy to make the motion to approve the implementation plan with funds coming from remaining ARPA dollars rather than fund balance.
Second. The motion has been made and seconded, and we will now have an opportunity for discussion. So if there are council members who would like to state viewpoints or engage in some form of deliberation, now is a great time to do that.
Councilman Andrew, if we're using ARPA funds, then that makes me more comfortable and still look forward to very specific details on this proposal moving forward.
This is Councilmember Cook. Were these unallotted ARPA funds that we're allotting? Just for clarity.
I think this is in the spirit of the American Rescue Plan Act, was designed to look at these kind of issues, disparate impacts across communities. And it seems a good fit to me.
Any other discussion on the motion? I'll offer a brief comment that, to the point Councilmember Moore said earlier, trusting our staff who will do, I think, an awesome job working through the terms of what this agreement looks like. And I did hear a key term earlier in terms of recourse. And I know when this came up before, I shared some concern regarding the lack of specificity and the fact that we don't know what sort of target we're shooting for here. Now, granted, to your point, we've not determined what kind of policy recommendation we want to go for. I think what's also noted, what I hear, is that there's some shared responsibility, not just among staff and consultant, but clearly among staff, consultant, and council, to be able to share our opinions and thoughts and our wishes on which direction we like this thing to go. And so what I ask is that council remain ready and remain vigilant as we do this work to be in partnership with staff and consultant so that way we can drive it in a certain direction. but that we will maintain a level of accountability because the public wants to know certainly that we are moving towards something. And at some near date, hopefully, we're able to identify what that something looks like. And if we get somewhere down this where we're spinning our wheels too much, we do have a responsibility to look at this more soundly and look to take certain actions of recourse. And I think that is an important point to note here, so that way we can get to the specificity. With that, I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? The ayes have it, and that motion passes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I'll ask you, actually, Director Hollis, if you'll stay there. The next item, 2024-111, is consideration of a proposal from Clark Powell for equipment upgrades for video capturing capabilities to stream meetings to various platforms and an additional communications specialist position. Managing Director Hollis, will you please share more?
Mr. Mayor, this item is a result of a discussion that came out of the Tech Committee that talks about expanding existing equipment that we have that will give us streaming capability for video broadcasts of council meetings. The essential piece of it is essentially adding equipment, 3-point tilt zoom cameras, integration with some of the platforms such as Zoom and Microsoft Teams, and creating an environment in the council chamber that makes it conducive to a video broadcast. The quote also includes the potential of 2-point tilt zoom cameras in the third floor conference room in the fishbowl. The other elements that I think of note that you have before you is there would be an app that would be established with this service that we put together that would allow residents who currently only have access to view our content if they're cable subscribers. They would have access through any of the streaming platforms, be it Roku, Apple TV, Amazon, where they'd have an app that would connect them. So it would expand the number of people beyond cable customers that are able to engage with the recommended technology. The recommendation here includes a budget impact of $164,758, and it's also a part of a recommendation from staff that would be considered in the upcoming budget for a full-time position that would be required to take care of the expanded capabilities and responsibilities of broadcasting a meeting. One note with this, just to keep in mind, is that the meetings will continue to be public meetings as we've always had. We'd be adding an element where it's actually becoming a video production. So that's what some of the additional responsibility, equipment, and staffing would cover. And that's what's before you. I'd be glad to take any other questions on this item.
Yes, Director Hollis. The added position, could you speak to the capacity and function beyond the production of the meetings? Could you speak to the capacity of the new position?
Sure. One of the things that we've done since I arrived at the city 12 years ago, we've tried to find ways to do the most with limited resources, as we all are. So currently, our philosophy with our team in our marketing division is to try to stretch as much as we can out of people. So you have overlapping duties and those kinds of things. This is unique because this position is going to be someone that would have the ability to navigate some of the equipment and some of the video production. But when we're not doing meetings, when we're not broadcasting meetings, we would expand our capacity to capture some of the things that we're already doing with video, some of the things that we're doing with outreach. So as we do all the time, we would get as much flexibility and use out of this new position to align with the priorities of the organization as we always do.
So you see an increased level of public engagement, not only from the streaming aspect that we're potentially adding, but also from the new position that would be able to expand the reach of your department in public outreach.
Yeah, and yes, sir. And with the branding initiative that we've recently embarked on, it actually calls for that. So we'll see an increased amount. We've seen an increased amount of engagement. This would allow us to continue on that path of some of those initiatives and some of those processes that we've currently been embarking on as a result of that initiative.
Thank you.
Councilman Andrew, we had talked about this in finance, but I'd like this in open. Do we have, and I know it's difficult to anticipate the increase of public engagement if we go through this path. And then a follow-up question, is there a consideration to have the cameras only in here and not in the fishbowl for a little bit of savings? Does that make any sense?
Two great questions. The measure of the outreach, there's a number of ways. Right now, a lot of what we do is through social. There's not a Nielsen sort of rating for our public broadcast channel, but we get a lot of that through not only social, but what we hear from our elected officials and what people tell us. And so a lot of that will be word of mouth as far as tracking. But one thing we will be able to do is see who's connecting on the app, those kinds of things. To your other question, can you give me your second question again?
No, saying, was there any consideration of having, we're buying 5 PTZ cameras, 3 for here, 2 for Fishbowl. We do the majority of our meetings here. Is there a consideration of just doing here for the savings, if it's worth? I mean, I don't want to be a penny, pound,
You're being penny wise.
Yeah, there you go. But was that even looked at?
What's built into the proposal is how we connect those devices together. One benefit of, like the meeting that we had earlier today, that would be a public meeting. The other thing that I didn't mention was that we would have to do a modification of our broadcast policy where we would determine what meetings we are actually video broadcasting. But if we continue to have meetings across the hall, that meeting that was across the hall was just like this when it was audio streamed. So it would make sense if that's something that the council wants to move forward on to sort of measure twice and cut once. Right. And so while they're here, while the hood is up, so to speak, that was not a major part of the cost. So if that's something for flexibility, even if we didn't use them immediately, I think that would be something that would be advantageous to do it while they're here.
Understood, thank you.
And I'll defer to the manager for additional.
I was going to say, Councilmember Andrew, we did look at the proposal that was provided by Clark Powell, and it wasn't a significant savings if we only did one room.
Are there any other questions for staff from council?
I just have a comment. I looked to see how many views we got for the audio, about 20 to 25 per meeting, so it's not a high level of engagement. And some of that might be Mr. Kimbrough and council members actually checking in. So we don't have much engagement with people who are not here listening to our council meetings. And there's a lot of presentations a lot of times. There's visuals and that sort of thing. I mean, there's not an audio version of TikTok, right?
Right.
So, I tried it, nobody subscribed.
Any other questions for staff from council? If not, then I'll entertain a motion. Is there one?
So moved.
Second. Motion's been made by Mayor Pro Tem Holmes and seconded by Councilmember Johnson. Any discussion on this motion?
Just a comment before we vote, as Councilman Moore, while I think and appreciate very much all that our professionals in this department do for us, I think that this project is an overshoot at this particular time, and I think we do a pretty good job of transparency and getting our word out. And I know there are other cities that are doing this, but that doesn't always mean that that's where we need to go to. So at this particular time, more than anything, just for the pressures on the budget and creating another avenue to keep up with, I'll be a no on this one.
Duly noted, Councilmember Moore. Thank you for your comments. Any other discussion on this motion? I'll mention a brief comment that I know this is an item, when we formed the Transparency, Engagement, and Communications Committee, it was really a focus on how do we get more people connected to what we're doing here in the city. And we heard that as a resounding call and concern during the election, that people felt disconnected. They want to get reconnected. And they feel that in the 21st century, 2024, there are opportunities to do that in a digital way. And it's not uncommon. We are probably, if I remember correctly, the only city of our size that doesn't offer the video streaming capabilities at this point. and you all taking the extra step to not just put it on cable, but it looks like also a number of applications that stream will also create access and enhance the ability for people to be connected to what we're doing. And so I say that to say, while there is an altruistic point in doing this kind of step to get more people connected, I want to be clear, there's also a very material benefit to it, that if we get more residents engaged in what's happening in High Point, that means you will see more foot traffic supporting and patronizing the businesses that make up the core of our city. And these are dollars, tax dollars that come back to this government. We'll see more volunteerism at a number of nonprofit organizations. Again, that's impact back on the city of High Point. And so I could probably speak on and on about the ROI of getting more people connected and getting more people engaged. But I just want to be clear, while there's certainly a feeling here and a responsibility of being a government for the people, by the people, of engaging in that way, there's also a very business sense to it. There's a business case that can be made about what it is to get more people connected. And for that reason, I'm in full support. I'll call for the vote at this time. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those against?
Nay.
Let the record reflect we have 8 in favor and 1 against, and the motion passes. Thank you so much. Thank you, Director Hollis. Next item is item 2024-135, consideration of funding for outside nonprofit organizations. Council is requested to consider. We have our Assistant City Manager, Eric Almedo, with us. For that, I'll pass it to Mr. Almedo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. The purpose of this item is to allocate funds for nonprofit organizations utilizing funds freed up by the use of American Rescue Plan Act funds for government services. And just for some background, in the spring of '23, the city conducted a process of nonprofit organizations to submit applications for city funds made available by the use of these ARPA funds for government services. The city received 58 total applications, totaling $18.3 million in requested funds. These applications and supporting materials were shared with members of the Finance Committee and attached our funding recommendations from 24 organizations totaling $3,073,400. There is a budget ordinance associated with this to transfer the funds for these allocations. Given the action two items ago, there's now an available balance of $5,054,966 total for the unappropriated funds. Happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you for that update, Mr. Almedo. Are there any questions for staff at this time?
So I should probably know this, I'm on council, but originally it was like up to $5 million to be utilized for these kind of projects, and the total is 3-ish. So is there some thinking by staff about the remaining $2 million, some potential uses for those unallocated funds?
Councilmember Harmon, I will defer to the committee for that question. Staff received the list of recommendations, and the allocation was for the amount that is listed there at $3 million. I think there was some conversation around council's priorities around housing and whether or not a portion of that funding might be set aside for some future decisions around neighborhood redevelopment or housing projects. But I would defer to the committee for any specificity on that item.
It's Councilman Moore. Councilman Harmon, it's always been our practice to, in nonprofit outside agency funding, which is the same format that we used for these balance of dollars, to try to leave some set aside in a fund as to where things pop up going forward. Because if you look at the guidelines given to us, we're getting this out faster than probably most. We didn't have to have this done until the end of 2024, and I don't think all funds have to be dispersed until the end of 2026. So we are well aware that, and I think staff will back me up on this, that there's constantly things that are coming up, but we also did have a discussion at our staff retreat, at our council retreat, concerning some potential things to do with neighborhood redevelopment.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for the explanation. Are there any other questions for staff at this time? All right, with that said, before we call for a motion, I do want to note that per North Carolina statute, there are a number of organizations that some of us serve on boards of. And so for that reason, we can't approve the list all as one list in one vote. So what we're actually going to do is note Greater High Point Food Alliance, where Dr. Patrick Harmon is a member of the board there, and Councilmember Peters is a member of the Visit High Point Board. I'll also note that I'm a member of the boards for High Point Regional Health Foundation and the YMCA, and that my spouse is an employee of High Point Schools Partnership. However, the funding for this is not being allocated towards her salary, but I'm recusing from that vote. So we'll note those, and when
Excuse me, Mayor.
yeah, we're going to get there. I just want to make sure other council members, if you'll let us know which
So,
maybe some more.
My wife is also on the High Point Regional Health Foundation, so is that another conflict?
So my spouse is an employee of the
Employee, okay. So, never mind.
I'm actually on Macedonia, a Family Resource Center board.
And just to be clear, voting member?
Voting member, yes, sir.
Are there any other council members who want to note some of these before motions to recuse start?
Do we need to recognize if we're not voting members of the boards? I didn't think so. Only voting. Gotcha.
If you're just in a liaison or advisory capacity. And so then if everyone has offered their conflicts, then there can be one vote to accept all of the offered conflicts and excusals.
Motion to accept all recused board members for their specific agency.
Second.
And do we have the list clear, or do you want to review that one more time?
Yeah, for the record, I'll read the list. I also want to ask a question just a second. So the list is Councilman Harmon's on the board of Greater High Point Food Alliance, Councilmember Peters on the board of Visit High Point, myself on the board of High Point Regional Health Foundation and YMCA, and also recusing for High Point Schools Partnership, and Councilmember Johnson on Macedonia board. I want to ask a question, Madam Attorney, just to be clear on the vote to accept the recusals. Those who are choosing to recuse should not vote.
That's right.
So only 5 members of council in this next vote to recuse should be voted then.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So there was a motion,
There was a motion and properly seconded by Councilman Moore and seconded by myself, Mayor Pro Tem. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes.
Awesome. So we'll go through these separately, the list that need to be approved. So first, the list that we're first going to approve is the list that you all received in your agenda packet, but it removes all of the organizations that we just said. So this is going to be a blanket one that everyone on the board can go ahead and approve. Sound good? Everyone understand?
Mm-hmm.
So the list as in your agenda packet, but everything that we just mentioned is not in this list that we're about to approve. All 9 people can vote on this list.
Okay. Sounds good.
And then we'll go through all the other ones separate and with each different member recused. All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve that list with those recusals removed.
So moved.
Made by Mayor Pro Tem Holmes, seconded by Councilmember Peters. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? That motion passes. The next item we'll take up is to approve funding for Greater High Point Food Alliance as noted on the list. And we'll note that Councilmember Harmon is recused from this vote. Is there a motion to approve Greater High Point Food Alliance's allocation? Motion made by Councilmember Cook. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Andrew. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? And that motion passes. The next is to approve the allocation for Visit High Point. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion made by Councilmember Moore. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Andrew. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? That motion passes. This next one is for Macedonia with Councilman Johnson recused. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman
Second.
Moore, second by Councilmember Cook. Any discussion on the motion?
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any against? That motion passes.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the High Point Schools Partnership, YMCA, and the High Point Regional Health Foundation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilwoman Cook, second by Councilman Andrew. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes.
All right, thank you all for bearing with us. We are through with item 2024-135. The next item is for a public hearing on the 2024 Annual Action Plan, item 2024-089. And to speak more on this item, I will ask our Community Development Director, Nina Wilson, to come to the podium and share some information. And before she speaks, I'll go ahead and open our public hearing and pass it to Ms. Wilson.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, and Madam Manager. What we are asking for you all tonight to do is just to open a public hearing, and there is no action that will be needed tonight, but I will just go through our proposed programs and activities for 2024 for our annual action plan. The action plan outlines the strategic plan for addressing community needs identified in the 5-year consolidated plan with an emphasis on low to moderate income and special needs populations. The annual action plan details the projects and programs that will be undertaken during the program year using funding received through the Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership programs. And this is the 5th year. 2024 will be the 5th year and final year of our 2020-2024 consolidated plan. And as I said, this strategic plan describes our sources, uses, and beneficiaries for our programs. It primarily identifies how the CDBG and home funds will be used. The priority needs have been identified as housing, homelessness, special needs, community, and economic development. So our goals and strategies have been developed to address needs within these specific program areas. Our areas of impact are affordable housing, community capacity building, and code enforcement. We undertake emergency and urgent repair programs, down payment assistance and incentives, as well as new construction of single and multifamily housing. Through community capacity building, we offer public service grants, technical assistance to neighborhood associations and groups, the VITA program, which you all got to see the volunteers and hear some information on that program this evening, and also support of the community gardens. And through local code enforcement, we have public nuisance abatement, minimum enforcement of the minimum housing ordinance, and also zoning, the zoning ordinance enforcement. Our anticipated funding for 2024 is, for the most part, at this point, estimates. We have not received our 2024 allocations at this point. The federal budget was passed at the beginning of March, and so HUD will be working on getting those allocations to us. Last year, those allocations were sent to us May the 3rd, I believe it was. So we're still looking at a few more weeks. So that's why at this point, we're not asking for any action on the plan or on the budget. This is, again, just to get feedback and as part of our citizen participation process to have the public hearing. So just as far as estimates for CDBG, just estimating $817,000, which is approximately what we received last year. And for the home program, $541,000. And through the 2024 North Carolina Housing Finance Agency Awards, we have the urgent repair program, which we actually have received notification of that funding. So the $132,000 is what we've received. And then the application for construction training, that generally is submitted after July by the North Carolina Home Builders Association. And but in talking with the coordinator for that program, we do anticipate receiving an additional $70,000 next year. We're one of 3 cities within the state that actually implements the construction training program. and through the IRS. That, again, is an estimate because we have not received our funding allocation or award notification for next year. So the $11,500 is what we did receive this year. So just using that again as an estimate. And then support for our programs through the general fund. So we certainly, we're looking at local code enforcement through that and the Core City redevelopment funds that we receive. All of those are supported through the general fund. And then we do have some program income that is generated through prior years where there are down payment assistance loans that are being repaid, as well as there was a time when our rehab program had a repayment plan attached to that. So we do still receive some program income from those programs. And again, this is it's sort of a pie chart that kind of shows you just the distribution of the funds. And as you can see, we do have the lion's share of our program through community development is through the general fund. And then the next would be our federal funds, and then a smaller portion from state funding. And these are the program areas that are supported through those resources: community and neighborhood development, affordable housing, operation and administration, and code enforcement. And these are the proposed uses. So when we start to look a little bit more closely at the actual programs that we look at implementing, of course, our code enforcement, we have our emergency and urgent repair program. We implement 2 Operation Inasmuch events each year, one in the fall and one in the spring. CHODO, which stands for Community Housing Development Organization. Those are the nonprofits that we work with that produce and build affordable housing, primarily single-family housing. We have our homebuyer assistance programs, some infill housing that we do within the core city that may include demolition. It could include acquisition of lots. So those things that we are working on within the core to help stabilize some of the neighborhoods. Construction training, public services, the winter shelter program, fair housing, which that is a small amount, but it's pretty much a placeholder. We certainly will work with Race and Duran and their staff if they have any needs for affordable housing, and we have available funding. Again, VITA. We do have some Section 108 debt service loans that we are repaying for affordable housing development. Those were used for our multifamily tax credit projects. We have affordable housing program delivery, capacity building delivery, and program administration. And the citizen participation process, which is a requirement through the federal regulations for our entitlement funds. We have had one citizen participation meeting that was held at Parks and Rec on March 25th. And that was done in combination with our neighborhood leaders meeting. And there was a good attendance for that particular meeting. We do have another meeting coming up tomorrow evening at the High Point Public Library. That meeting is going to be at 6 o'clock in the Morgan Room at the High Point Public Library. And then, of course, the public hearing that we're having here tonight. The draft annual action plan has been, it was made available on March the 25th, and it will be available for a 30-day public review and comment period. It has been distributed at various locations across the city to include recreation centers, the High Point Library, and also at some of our nonprofit agencies. And it's available online as well as within our office and at our 4th Street, 201 4th Street office. And if there are any questions, I would certainly be happy to address those at this point.
Ms. Wilson, thank you so much. Are there any questions for staff from council?
Yes, just one. The proposed uses, you stated that these are really just placeholders and these are adjustable based on potential needs, right?
On potential funding.
Potential funding.
Right, yes. When we look at, I don't anticipate the programs to change very much, if at all, because we are still looking at those priority needs and the things that we have identified within the strategic plan, such as housing, the public services. So we do anticipate that we will continue to offer the same types of programs. It's just that the funding level may be different based on the allocations, the final allocations.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff from council? Thank you so much, Ms. Wilson. We've got one member of the public who signed up to speak at our public hearing. For that, I'll recognize Mr. Ken Orms.
Comments that I'm one of the many do not deal with this specific issue. It is a budget issue, but not this specific program.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Orms. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak during the public hearing? And at this time, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Council is not being asked to take action on this, if I'm not mistaken. As you just mentioned, we've got to get some final numbers, I think, on some of this before we can officially approve this plan.
Yes, I do hope that we will have those numbers in May, so I will bring it back, bring the plan back for final approval, hopefully in May.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Our next agenda item is item 2024-138, consideration of revisions to the board/commission's liaison members. Council is being requested to confirm the appointment of Councilmember Dr. Patrick Harmon as liaison to the Guilford County Family Justice Center. In the past, we've had a council member who's been involved with this center since its inception, and with the transition of council, their organization reached back out and asked if we had someone. And Councilmember Harmon graciously agreed to step up to the plate. So with that, I actually make a motion to approve this appointment. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Oh, sorry. Second made by Councilmember Peters. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? That motion passes. The final item of our agenda is actually to go into closed session. And we'll note, as intended earlier, when we adjusted our agenda to adopt, that we'll go into closed session for two reasons. First is the acquisition of real property, and the second is for personnel. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
Motion to go into closed session.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Holmes. Is there a second?
Second.
Second made by Councilmember McKeever. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? The ayes have it, and we are officially going into closed session. Is the High Point City Council, we are, motion to adjourn closed session.
Second.
There's a second made by Councilwoman Peters. All in favor of adjourning the closed session, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? We are out of closed session. Now I entertain a motion to adjourn our regular meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Peters, second by Councilman Johnson. Any discussion on the motion to adjourn our regular meeting? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? That motion passes and we are adjourned.
Well made it. I hope I can drive that.